Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is RJ Stevenson, CEO and founder of Creative Concepts, Production and Design, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing his business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate global businesses about business. And our next speaker for this afternoon is going to knock your socks off. Her name is Sakia Donaldson. Sakia Donaldson is an amazing young lady doing some amazing things in the realm of STEM and technology. Recently, she was able to go to Spelman College in Atlanta. She's a seasoned fashion stylist, an on-air fashion correspondent, philanthropist, advocate, and accomplished author. Boasts a career in fashion and beauty industry spanning over 2 decades. A graduate of Clark Atlanta University and the Fashion Institute of Technology, Sakia commenced her journey as a visual merchandiser at R&B, swiftly ascending into the retail ranks. Her pivotal moment occurred during an internship at Jeffries in New York City, lending to a transformative encounter to Tamika Raymond. This connection propelled her career, culminating in a remarkable 3-year stint as a quick change stylist for global superstar Usher during his Confessions tour. Sakia's expertise extended to collaborations with icons like Nicki Minaj, Zendaya, and Raven-Symoné, leaving an indelible mark on TV, music videos, and print media. In 2021, she founded The Science of Beauty, a STEM beauty program empowering African-American girls to explore careers in the beauty industry. Through partnerships with major brands and educational institutes like Estee Lauder, Neiman Marcus, Chanel, Sephora, and SCAD, Savannah College of Arts and Design, Sakia has impacted numerous lives, hosting summer camps and inspiring young women to consider STEM as a viable career path. Her unwavering commitment continues with plans to collaborate with Spelman College in 2024 for a Science of Beauty camp, solidifying Sakia as a powerhouse and Lifetime Achievement Presidential Award winner with a global impact. Why don't you welcome to the Black Business Network stage, Miss Sakia Donaldson. What's up?
I was listening to that. I was like, is he talking about me or did he get me confused with someone else?
Really, that's what we're doing this evening. This is Sakia Donaldson, everybody. If you've not seen her, you've definitely seen her work laced on everybody, all the icons, all the stars. And I am absolutely glad to have you here on the Black Business Network this afternoon. Now, you did a segment with Kimberly Michelle.
Yes.
And I promise you that you better make my segment better than hers.
Well, I'm laughing. You said I'm laughing
today. Absolutely. Listen, we're going to talk about the business of STEM. I know that you've done some amazing things in industry, but the thing that made me call you and ask you for this interview, for this fireside chat, was I saw what you did at Spelman. Kimberly called me during the week and was like, hey, guess where I'm at? I was like, what you doing? She's like, I'm at Spelman. I was like, oh, what you doing over there? She was like, Sakia got these girls over here doing STEM. I was like, before you talk to her, I want to talk to her about STEM. Man, I'm excited about that program. Tell us all about that experience.
Thank you. First off, thank you for that amazing and accurate introduction of me. My name is Sakia Donaldson, and I am the founder of The Science of Beauty. It's a STEM program that introduces and exposes African-American girls ages 10 to 17 to STEM careers that exist in the beauty industry. We're 3 years old, and like RJ just stated, we just completed a week-long camp at Spelman College in Atlanta, Georgia, that I am still just over the moon about. It was amazing.
In the end, we're going to close out with a little bit of history that you got with Spelman that I thought was very, 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 I was like, mic drop moment, right? But we're going to save that for the end of the conversation.
Okay.
What it is that got you interested in STEM in the first place?
Well, the Science of Beauty operates under a 501c3. It's called STEM Exposure, and it was founded 6 years ago by my aunt, Robin Donaldson. And her background is architectural design and construction. So she had approached me about doing a beauty program because that's my background, fashion and beauty. And I literally like ducked her out for like a year. Like, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a chemist. I don't even know what STEM means. I just don't want to do it. And so she just was very persistent, like, Sakia, you can do this, you can do it, you can kill it. And so I was making a transition out of being a wardrobe stylist just because, you know, the climate had changed, the industry had changed, and I was just ready to move on to the next phase in my career. And I knew I wanted to stay in the fashion and beauty space, but I just did not know how. And so I started just researching STEM, and I started researching STEM in the beauty industry. And it was literally just like Google searches, right? And then I just started reading data, and numbers don't lie, right? And so when they talk about how African American women spend $8 billion a year on beauty products, but the representation for us is 2% in the STEM space, like that's a big disparity, right? The representation is not equal to the spend. And so we all know like the different challenges that African American women face with beauty products, whether it be foundation shades, right? Whether it be options of foundation shades, like Rihanna came in with Fenty Beauty and really just blew that theory out of the water and became hugely successful for her offerings. As African American women, we have all different textures of hair, right? And so we need things that combat against that. And so if we don't have those people at the table, if we don't have those people in the lab that can really understand what it takes to solve these issues that we have as Black women, we end up with products that aren't necessarily formulated for us. Therefore, we're not going to get the result that the product promises. And so I just thought it was super important to expose these girls, right? Because I'm just a big proponent of representation. And we're in a time, a very pivotal time in the world right now, where there's a shift. There's this AI and STEM shift that's happening right now. And we all know what happens in the African American community when we miss those shifts, right? When we miss the financial literacy shift, and when we miss the internet boom, right? And you're seeing 30 years later how that affected our community because we were always lagging behind. And so I was like, they can't miss this AI wave because 2-3 generations is going to pay for it, right? AI is here, STEM is here, it's here to stay, it's not going anywhere. So we have to figure out a way to get our children involved. And so I always say, I don't know a lot of girls that want to be astronauts. I don't know girls that want to build bridges, but I do know every little girl that I meet loves beauty products, right? So if you can just meet them where they are and talk to them in a way that they understand, then you could get their attention. And then from there, you can expose them to the world of STEM and how it's all around us. So that was really like the goal for starting the program.
So is the program the science of beauty or the beauty of science?
The science of beauty.
All right. So because it's the science of beauty, and I believe that people are very intentional with their words, right?
Yes.
What is the science of beauty to you?
The science of beauty to me is the development, right? It's the development of everyday things that we use. And when I say beauty, it's not just makeup, it's not just hairspray, it's toothpaste, it's lotion, it's soap. So nobody is exempt from the beauty industry. Because everybody want to say like beauty is vain and it's aesthetic driven, but everybody uses beauty products, some more than others. So with me, it's just about the the development of products and just understanding why certain things are used and being able to tailor that to specific needs in our community.
So the beauty industry consistently expands itself and its offerings based on this trend called vanity, right?
Yeah.
We've seen recently this new emergence of BBLs, and us being in the Florida area, BBLs are very common, right?
Yes.
And though individuals sort of go in that way, sometimes because of their insecurities, sometimes it's just cosmetic. They're trying to, redirect or reconstruct something that they used to be, and they want to get back in that space. But it also has to do a lot with a self-perception. How has your program helped these young girls to see themselves differently in the science of beauty?
That's a really good question. So the cornerstone of the program is confidence and self-building, right? Just because the focus of STEM is a very competitive field, right? And that's why the representation numbers are so low for women, especially minorities, because women aren't pushed into that field, right? It's like, no, maybe you should be a nurse. Maybe you should be, it's like, it's not, no one is leading women into this space. And so in order for you to matriculate through middle school, through high school, through college, and still keep this singular focus, there's a certain level of confidence that you have to have. And so one of the focuses of the program is when I bring in guest speakers, right? 99.9% of them are Black women, because you have to see that it has already been done, right? And once they hear from these various professionals in this space, they always find a common thread. And the common thread is always confidence, self-confidence, self-belief. Like, no matter who they're talking to, they can always find that common thread, right, throughout the program. And so that's something that I really, really want to instill in them, because I'm not claiming that I can turn a young girl into a scientist in a week, but I can plant seeds that will give her the necessary tools to discover and explore whatever it is that she wants to do confidently and boldly. And that's just the bottom line. Like, yeah.
I love working with young people because it's easy to see that light bulb go off, right?
Yeah.
It's easy to identify that moment during the experience where everything clicks and they finally get it. They think that they're there so they can get away from mom and dad. And finally they say, oh, like, this is a real thing. Like, this moment can really change my life.
Yeah.
I'm sure you had many of those moments during your experience there at Spelman College with the girls.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about one of those experiences?
Yeah. So there was a young lady there, and her mom was actually a instructor, a doctor at Spelman. And so actually a few of the girls that attended the camp, parents worked at the college. And so I had did many Zoom calls, site visits with everybody involved. So I met her mom earlier before the program. And when I kind of told her my story about my background in fashion, she had told me about her daughter. And she was like, my daughter wants to be a model. And she was like, and she's really into fashion. And she was like, I just don't know, Sakia. Like, we're a family of scientists, right? Like, her sister just graduated. She's in chemistry. I'm a chemistry doctor. Like, and so when I met her daughter, like the first day she came in and I saw her, the first thing that caught my eye was her style, right? She was dressed very, like, it was a street style, but it was super fly. And I was like, I would wear that. Like, that's dope. I would wear that. And so when I was talking and doing the introduction and I started telling about my background and how I got into wardrobe styling and things like that, I focused on her, right? Because I knew that was a point of interest for her. And I saw her kind of lean forward in her chair and kind of put, and I can tell she was just fully engaged. And from that point on and that was the first day. So for the rest of the camp, like, I really just saw her really just bloom and blossom. And I mean, the emails that I'm getting from her mom, and her mom is like, I've never seen my daughter smile so much. I've never, we've been trying to get her into the sciences for so long, and she's just been so reluctant, and she's like, every day she's coming home and she's excited about what she's learned, and she's showing us what products she made and the things that she's done. And she was like, I just can't believe this change has happened in a week's time.
So in a STEM environment, I used to lead a summer camp in Tampa for like 3 or 4 years, 250 kids all summer long. And by the end, you just want to go away, right? You love the kids, you love the experience, but at the end, you just had enough, right? But the thing about camp was, even in the STEM classes, you always get to play with the stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I saw that you all were making some products and that kind of stuff during the week. And I was like, oh, they're not just learning the book stuff. They actually get to put their hands on it. Like, what were some of the things that you all actually were able to make this week?
The camp was 5 days. So we actually had 4 days of programming. So during our 4 days of programming, we focused on skin, we focused on makeup, we focused on hair, and we focused on fragrances. So like on skin day, we had she was our keynote speaker. Her name is Dr. Rolanda Wilkerson, and she's the lead chemist for Olay at Procter & Gamble. And so she talked to them about her journey and how she got into this space. She talked about what it was like working at Olay and the new products that they were developing. And the thing that I loved about this camp in particular, the representatives from the brands that came out were brands that the girls knew and used. So that was just the added bonus, because the level of excitement is like, oh my God, like, I use those products, and now the person that formulates them in the lab is standing in front of me. So for Skin Day, the girls made a facial mist, right? It's hot, it's summertime. Facial mists are really trending right now. It's a quick, easy way to keep your skin hydrated while you're out and moving around. And what was really amazing, just watching the girls throughout the week, like on makeup day, they made their own eyeshadow. So the next day they came to camp and they had their eyeshadow on, and I walked in the bathroom and one of the girls is like this, with her mist that she made. And so I think those moments to them, right? Because I've done it 100 times before, but I just think that those moments with them, it made them understand, like, I can do this. I did it. Not that I can do it, I did it.
So I'm sure that through your week experience, they left seeing you at a different level of hero, right? Or Shiro.
Yes.
I know that now Sakia has a crown on her head, and anywhere she walked around Spelman, she probably got some bricks with her name on it. They were throwing out rose petals in front of you and all that kind of stuff, right? But at the same extent, you've taken another level of responsibility for our next generation, and I appreciate that, right? So I know the Black Business Network audience is a global audience, right?
Yes.
I know that we have thought leaders, industry CEOs, like there's a lot of people who are engaged in this conversation with our network. What do you need to continue pushing forward with what you're doing for young people? Because this can't just be something that happens at Spelman, right?
Right.
I know that there are a lot of people in other spaces that that would love to help and support you. What can we do as a community to support your efforts?
So, like I said, my focus is African American girls, right? So I have to get to where the girls are. So in 2025, I'm looking to do a HBCU Science of Beauty tour. And my goal is to touch every HBCU in the country. And being that we started at Spelman, it's kind of like, we set the tone for excellence in what it is that we're doing. And so anytime anyone asks me, like, what is my ask? I always say, like, it's a 3-part ask, right? Of course, this is a program that we want to get to as many students as possible. So we're always in need of funding because we want to bring this program to the girls at the lowest cost possible that we can. So we're always looking for funding. We're all in donations, sponsorships, grants, things like that. And something that I always tell the parents, because on the final day we do a graduation. And we ask, and the parents come in for the graduation. And I always talk to the parents like, hey, some of you guys are entrepreneurs. Some of you guys work at corporations. Every single corporation has some sort of philanthropic arm in their business model. They donate to programs. There are grants available for nonprofit programs. They just don't know that we exist. So what better advocate can we have for our program than a parent that has experienced their child coming home every single day, ranting and raving, showing and telling? This is what the parents are telling me. The parents telling me the kids is coming home showing and telling, right, about what they experienced. So what better advocate to have for our program than the people that it has touched directly? So I always encourage the parents to go speak to their employers, see what type of match they have. Some corporations have donation matches and things like that. And then especially in the beauty space, because those are a lot of the organizations and brands that I target, just because our mission is so aligned. And I always implore them like, hey, this is something that you need to get behind, because literally I'm recruiting and training your future workforce, right? These are the pool of students that you're going to be hiring from. So I always ask for like in-kind product donations. Like every brand and every company that participates in the camp, the girls, get some sort of product or takeaway or things like that, right? And so that's the second part. So the first part is financial. The second part is in-kind donations. And then the third part is the educational arm. Okay, you guys have internships, you have mentorships, you have things in place for students that really want to take this as a viable career path, and you can set them up for success. So if there's a young lady that really shows interest in this space and she goes through my program and she identifies this as something that she wants to do once she gets to secondary education and she majors in this, is there an internship opportunity available for her? Is there a mentorship? Is there a co-op? Is there some sort of where she can get on the job training and research and just learning the field from a really hands-on space? So those are the three things that I always implore people that want to help and donate and just be a part of the movement. Those are the three pillars that I always refer to.
Okay, cool. So in addition to that, I noticed two things. One, you made a transition from a wardrobe stylist into like more of what we would consider a traditional business owner model, right?
Yes.
And two, I've also noticed that you always got short hair. And I was like, man, for her to be a person that's in beauty, back when I was growing up, beauty was about what your skin color was and how long your hair was,
yes.
right? And
yes.
I was like, man, she always got a new cut. It's always fresh. She always got a part in it somewhere. Like, what was it that made you decide to wear short hair?
Actually, I was in Atlanta I've been wearing my hair short at some variation probably since I was about 14. Like I remember the T-Boz era, TLC, like that was my first vivid memory of short hair. But in recent years, I had started growing it out, wearing weaves, wearing braids, things like that. So I was in Atlanta and I went to my old hairdresser and I was just like, hey, I just want to get my hair shampooed and pressed out. And he was just like, why do you have all this hair on your head? And I was just like, I don't know, because it grew. And then as we're talking, he's cutting. Like, he cut it in the middle, so I couldn't even stop him. And I'm just like, I don't want my hair cut. And then he was like, well, it's cut. And that's just what we're doing. And then he was like, oh, and we're going to dye it blonde. I'm like, I didn't sign up for this, right? And so he had been my hairdresser for 15 years. I was living in Tampa. He was in Atlanta. So it's like every other week I'm flying to Atlanta to get my hair done. Nobody wanted to touch it in Tampa because, bleach hair it can go either way, right? Yeah. And nobody wants my hair falling out in their shampoo bowl. So nobody would touch my hair. It's like they might wash it and curl it, but they wouldn't cut it. They wouldn't color it, nothing. So I'm flying back and forth to Atlanta. And so I try to work out 4 to 5 times a week. And by having my hair bleached, I couldn't get a perm. And so now I can't work out and nothing comes before my workout. And so I went to Atlanta and I was like, just cut it off. I'll figure it out. I don't have time for this. Just cut it off. And so that's how we got here. And I'm just, it's a level of confidence, that one has to have to shave their hair off voluntarily. Right. And it's just hair. Like right. It'll grow back if I want it to grow back. And I think it just gives me personality. It makes me different. Like we're in a world, where everybody looks the same. It's like a carbon copy, right? It's the same hair. It's the same, what's these things? The baby hairs. It's the same lashes. It's, so it's like now I look different, right? Like I stand out. And so, it's just a part of, me rebranding and extending my brand, my Fly Girl Approved brand. It's like I always say, it's a lifestyle. And it's so easy for me to do the things that I'm doing because all I'm doing is being me. Right. And so that's why to the world, it looks so miraculous. But, all I do is wake up and check my email and get on my Zooms and we're here.
So what made you make the transition? I heard you say that some things happened in the industry that made you make the transition from being a wardrobe stylist over to doing some other pursuits. Mm-hmm. What was it that finally caused you to make that scale over from one end of the beauty industry over to the other?
2 things. The money being one. I started doing wardrobe in 2003 in Atlanta at the peak of the Atlanta domination of the music industry. And during that time, there were so many different elements. There were albums, there were videos, there were music videos. It was 106 in Park. It was TRL. It was all the box. It was all these video shows. There were magazine covers. So there was a plethora of work to be done. Like I'm doing 2 to 3 video shoots a week consistently, right? I'm shooting because everybody needs a video. And so now you're working with $500,000 budgets for very new artists, right? Like I remember I did Crime Mob's first video and they shot it at a block party and it was like a $200,000 budget for that. And I was just like, for what? Like we had a block party. Like it's not that big of a deal, And so when I started working on bigger projects and things like that, now we're getting a $500,000 budget, $750,000 budgets, and artist development was a big thing, right? Image was very important to artists. You didn't just pick your camera phone up and make a video and post it on YouTube. No, you had to go
Right.
through artist development. You had to go through training. You had to go through media training. You know, a image had to be crafted for an artist, which always it kept me employed. And so now, when is the last time you seen a music video? You know,
I can't recall.
right.
Like
Those channels
YouTube or nothing.
they don't exist anymore, right? Yeah. And so, you know, that was a thing. When is the last time you bought an album? When is the last time you bought a CD? Like, it was a shift, and you had to kind of know and see where the shift was going. And like I said, I didn't retire from the fashion and beauty industry. I just pivoted. I still do fashion things all the time. Right now, I'm in the midst of judging a fashion competition here in Tampa. Mm-hmm. I do monthly segments on Great Day Tampa, fashion segments. I'm with my STEM program, right? It's just a pivot. And I knew that, I mean, I'm never going to not work in fashion and beauty because that's just what I do. I just have to find creative and different ways to do it and to make money. And so that was the first thing. And then the second thing was just, I'm getting older. And I always say, like, that's a game for young people, right? I remember 4 a.m. studio sessions, sleeping on the floor at the studio and traveling on tour and going to club appearances. And it was cool when I was 22, but I'm 44. I don't want to do that anymore. You know, it just does not, bless you. It just does not appease me anymore. And so it was just, and then like these new artists, it's not the same. They're really not artists. They're really just people that got, I hate to say lucky, but you know, like there's very little talent involved. Mm-hmm. They have all type of outside things going on that can turn real crazy real fast. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I just don't want to do that anymore. So that was the reason, those were the main two reasons why I decided to pivot.
So fashion and beauty seem to be the most trend dependent industries that there are, right?
Yeah.
We know that at some point somebody's gonna put out what the new Pantone colors are for the year.
Correct.
And then you're gonna end up seeing all these different colors change. I mean, we used to have the JCPenney catalog, and that's what everybody looked through to see what he was going. This is gonna be fly for this month. Now it's like, oh Lord, like, you know, Shein and Temu and Zara and whew. So like, it seems like this is a industry that now creates a whole lot of turnover, but you started to develop products. So I was like, wow, she got this and she got that, and she gonna mess around and have her own store. Talk about how you started to develop your merchandise and your products.
Well, the first product that I developed was my book. I had wrote a book in 2018. And that was something that was always on my to-do list because I was just always taught, like, in order for you to be considered an expert, you had to have published work, right? And so my first book, actually, I have it right here. I don't know if you guys can see it. So it's called Fly Girl Approved. So Fly Girl Approved is an A to Z guide of all things that fly girls should have, right? And so I call it a basic beginner wardrobe building book, right? Because there's just certain things as a fly girl you should have in your wardrobe. And so I took the letters of the alphabet and I wrote about a different topic pursuant to the letter. Okay. So like, for example, and then I had illustrations. I had this amazing designer, Kalichi, do illustrations for me. I love illustrations. I'm a very visual person. So that was really important to me. So for like S, I wrote about suits, right? And so this is the illustration. And so every woman should have some sort of suit in her wardrobe, whether it's a pantsuit, whether it's a skirt. You have to have that one power suit that makes you feel like, look, I'm about to go in here and get my money. Like, I don't got time to play with nobody. And so that was for S. And then like for P, I wrote about passports, right? just because I feel like passports are the gateway to imagination, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a big world out here, and the only way you're going to be able to see it is to travel. Another one, F, I wrote about fragrances, which is really important to me, being now that I'm in the space that I'm in now. And like with fragrances, it's all about subtle things that make a big impact, right? Like we all know that person, when they walk in, you smell them. When they leave, you smell them. That, you know, that's just what it is. And so I talked about daytime fragrances and nighttime fragrances and how you should change your fragrances in the season. In the spring and summer, they're more floral. In the fall and winter, they're more heavy and woody and amber and oud and things like that. And so it was just kind of, you know, like a quick fun read. So those were like the first products that I had under the Fly Girl approved brand were my books. And then now I just recently released a new product. Wow, I don't even have one here. And it's a hair perfume, right? And just that just leads back to you. I wrote this book in 2018. So it's not like I just woke up yesterday and like, oh, I want to get into the fragrance space. Like I've always been a fragrance girl, right? And so when I said that I needed a product that represented me and represented my lifestyle, I knew I wanted to get into the fragrance space, but I didn't know how I was going to enter it. Like I didn't feel like I was ready with the knowledge and the resources to make a full-on parfum, right? Because that's very different, right? And so I had just been doing research, and the space where hair perfume is, people think it's a new space. It's not. Like every major designer that does parfums have hair perfumes. They're just not marketed towards African American people. And everybody knows fragrances are 80% alcohol based. Mm-hmm. Alcohol dries your hair out. That does not work for African Americans, right? Other demographics can spray it in their hair. We can't. It'll strip our hair. And so there's so many different elements that go into your hair, whether it's cigar smoke, whether it's hookah smoke, whether it's food smells, whether it's outside, whether it's, you know, you've been sweating and working out and you're wearing braids and things like that. So it's a refresher, right? It doesn't mask an odor. It just refreshes and gives it transforms the smell, right? And with me, I mean, I don't have a lot of hair, but I do have hair. But it's just like an extra layer of fragrance for me. I'm always out. I'm always networking. I'm always greeting people. So when I go in to hug someone or shake someone's hand, like that's the first thing they smell. And they're like, oh my God, your hair smells amazing, right? And so with me, I didn't want to put my name and my brand on a product that I had to force myself to implement it into my everyday life. Yeah. Like this is a part of my, like, just like I do my makeup and I spray my setting spray, I spray my hairspray. Like it's second nature. And so when you find products like that really speak to who you are as a person and what you represent, it's easy for you to get behind it. And so once I decided like that I really, really wanted to take this seriously and delve into this space, you know, I started studying, I started researching. From my camp, I met a lot of people that were in this space. Actually, Joe Malone was one of my sponsors. Last year, they came out and did a presentation for the camp. They hosted my first fundraiser at International Plaza for the camp this year. So I was able to talk to them and I was able to understand notes and layering fragrances and what a fragrance wardrobe looks like. I'm like, a fragrance wardrobe? Like, I can't afford another wardrobe. Okay. Like, I ain't got it, you know? And then I actually traveled to Paris to take fragrance classes. So just so that I can really just understand why I like what I like, yeah, and why certain scents work on different things. So I really took the time to like research this and put effort into presenting the best product that I could. And I'm super excited about it.
So now I gotta make sure we bring you back again so you can show your products.
Yes.
We gotta do that again. Okay. So listen, I know you're an exclusive kind of person and you don't be putting your contact information out there. I get it. But just in case there's somebody who got some resources to help you with STEM exposure,
yes,
how do people get in contact with you for that?
Okay, so our website is, you can find us in two places, thescienceofbeauty.net or stemexposure.com, and it's STEMXPOSURE.com, not EX. Just
I made that mistake myself.
And then also my email address is TSOB, the Science of Beauty, at STEMXPOSURE.org. So hit me up. And you can follow us on Instagram, _Science of Beauty, Sakia the Great on Instagram, Sakia Donaldson on LinkedIn and Facebook. I'll be there.
Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you being with us this afternoon. I am Black Business, and I'll see you on the other side.
Bye.
Bye. Wow, what an amazing conversation with Sakia Donaldson. Man, talking about the business of STEM. Listen, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register for the scholarship online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, 5-Star BDM Media, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Miracle Recruiting, Creative Concepts Production and Design, and of course, Black Business Expo USA. I am Black Business, and I'll see you on the other side.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start boxing today.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening to you again, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome back to the Black Business Network. My name is RJ Stevenson, CEO of Creative Concepts Production and Design, and I am your business moderator for this morning this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our next speaker this afternoon is about his business. Walter Jeanette is the founder of Create, Inspire, and Solve. He's a content creator and strategist with a knack for building brands and growing businesses. An IT professional by trade, Walter is a multifaceted creative whose passion is using tech to help creatives, leaders, and entrepreneurs create communities around the things they're most passionate about and purpose for. Why don't you welcome to the stage, Mr. Walter Jeanette. What's
RJ,
up, brother?
how's it going? How's it going, man? Yes, sir.
Listen, we go back and forth about this Sony and Black Magic thing. Go ahead and tell people right now what kind of camera you use so we can get this out the way.
We're just gonna keep it real humble today, bro. You know, shout out to all my Black Magic family. But no, y'all know we riding with the Sony gang. Just this is my normal setup: Sony ZV-E and that sweet old 16 Sigma 16 millimeter. That's it. That's all I got going.
So all I'm using today is good old MacBook Pro camera.
Listen, that thing look good. That's how I know you got money, because you got one of the newer MacBook Pros, because that FaceTime ID camera look mighty good, and them old cameras don't look like that. So man, that's how you know who got it. You gotta
use what you're blessed to use, man. Listen, we're gonna talk about the business of branding, because what I've seen you do absolutely well is put people's faces in good places. You put them in spaces where they can be seen well. I've seen some of the video content that you created. It has been amazing. And I figured that on the Black Business Network, one of the things that every business needs is branding, right?
Absolutely.
Go ahead and talk about your concept of branding, how you help businesses do that, so we can jump into this conversation tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, RJ. Like, the word branding probably gets on my nerves. Like, anybody that knows me know I've said this, like, it is the most overused, overrated word probably in the last 10 or so years, because how we identify what branding is, I think, is so far away from that. So if you're unfamiliar with my concept as it relates to what branding is, I really teach it from a standpoint of trying to help people understand the difference between branding and marketing. Because what a lot of people talk about is they want great marketing. How I explain it in terms of a relationship. It's about dating. So marketing is about looking the part. Marketing is making sure, my teeth is clean. I got a fresh fit on. My cut is straight. The suit that I'm wearing is well pressed and put together. My shoes are great, because we all want to make a first great impression. One of the things we say that a great first impression is a lasting impression. The reality of it is, though, we live in a media-driven society, so people are great at catfishing. Everybody knows how to look the part. Everybody knows how to show up as a version of themselves that they want to be. That's marketing. Marketing is even though they're considered brand collateral, but when we get into business cards, websites, and all of these other types of things, those are things you can quote unquote fake. But what you cannot fake is a person's gut feeling about you. What you cannot fake is what people say about you when you're not in the room. What do people say when they hear your name? Like, so when people hear my name, what's the first thing that comes to mind? That's your brand. And so that's something you cannot control, contrary to popular belief, but it is something that you can influence. And if you start off the right way, then the narrative that follows your brand, you will have much more of, again, not to say control, but you will have much more input on how you are perceived in the eyes of people. So again, I simply say it like this. Marketing is how you feel about yourself. Branding is how other people feel about you. And so when you put it into that context, I think it really creates a lot of tension for people to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, what is it that I'm really building? And what is it that I'm really ignoring that I really need to put my emphasis and my attention on?
So you're going to help a whole lot of people, right?
That's the goal.
Most people today talking about how I am a brand.
Right.
I got to protect my brand.
Right.
And in about 2 minutes, you realize that they have no clue even what their mission statement is.
Right.
What the purpose of what they're doing is, who their desired audience is.
Right.
I mean, so talk about what it means to be a designer, a content creator, a videographer, a person who supports all those things. And you got somebody who comes along talking about their brand and they have no clue what the foundation of their product or their service or what it is that they're trying to sell.
I think that's one of the biggest pain points, what you just said. And I'm not going to say think, I know in my experience, and I'm sure you can attest to this as we work in similar industries. That's one of the biggest pain points, not just for the client, because they're coming to you for help. And they're like, well, they think their problem is exposure. So it's like, well, I need a better logo. And so when you come to the table to speak to a person like me or a strategist or a designer, and you're saying, I need this, and then we kind of give you homework, what you deem as homework, because we really want to understand, okay, I hear what you're saying. And this is something I've learned just from working in customer service, is clarifying the stated need. So I work in IT. So I deal with people face-to-face chat, call it. They say I need one thing, but asking probing questions really helps you clarify, okay, this is what you really need. You just don't know what the terminology or the verbiage is for it. Now, some people are very open to that. Some people say, you know, well, I need a new website. And I'm like, no, you don't. Now, because I'm not one of those people, I just want to rob you and take your money. I want to make sure that you're building something that's going to survive the recession we're currently in and the next depression and the famine that we're going to go through. And we'll probably get into that later. But I want to make sure you build the next, you become the next Conrad Hilton, that when everything else is shutting down around you, you get started. And when designers aren't making money, you're sitting there like, well, I'm good, because I've been able to establish a rapport with my audience, with my core, my target audience, my ideal client, where we've taken the time to educate each other. And that's where the pain point is, because people is like, I just want a end product. I want something in hand. I want something tangible. Branding is not tangible. And so I now got to take the time to educate you. And because I'm so well-versed, because I understand, I'm like, yo, you want a commercial? We can do the commercial. You need a photo shoot? We can do the photo shoot. You want a logo? You want a website? You want business cards? This is Costco, Sam Clubs, BJ's, Walmart, Target. We can literally do everything A to Z. But here's your problem. What are you going to do with it? You don't have a roadmap. You don't have a brand strategy. You don't have a content strategy on how to increase your exposure amongst your audiences so people can see you, so that you can attract them, you can gain their attention, so that you can retain them once you have them, and then you can convert them into what we call ambassadors or evangelists, so that we're not seeing people who are getting burned out because you're having to do all the work. No, you employ people to go out there and push your actual brand, your mission, your vision for you. So that's the biggest pain point where I see it's like, hey, when you talk to a person like me, you can expect, okay, let's really get into the weeds, because I don't want to become more invested in your legacy, because I want to work with people who are concerned with legacy. If you're trying to get rich quick, I'm not the designer, I'm not the strategist, I'm not the creator for you. But if you're trying to create something that's going to last beyond this conversation we're going to have, and that your children and your grandchildren and that 50, 100, 200 years from now, people are going to be able to say, hey man, that company is still going strong because RJ and Walt had a conversation on this day and we really dove into what you really needed and not what you think you're being impacted or affected by, because everybody that has a microphone and a camera in front of their face is an expert. So you think you really need something that you don't. That's the type of thing that I really want to delve into. And on some days, some people understand it. On other days, it's like, well, I appreciate it, but you may not be the person for me. Guess what? I'm good. I'm gonna go to sleep and I'm gonna have peace at night, making sure that I was at least honest with you. And even if we don't work together, I want to make sure I still kind of steer you in the right direction to where you at least have some tools to walk away from when you decide to work with a person.
So you described a major pain point in that business owners should really educate themselves about what they want before they come to the table.
Yes.
But then a major pain point that comes immediately after that conversation is budget.
Yeah, right. Right.
Immediately after I let you know that you really don't know what you need right now.
Right.
The next thing is, can you even afford the stuff that you came to ask for? And by and large, most that we find in the industry are not aware of the kind of budget that they should be putting to the side for marketing, the kind of budget that they should be putting down to the side for branding, even for placement, you know?
Right.
When you approach a client or you approach a new project, how does budget work into the way that you develop a relationship with them when it comes to branding?
It's more of it's an easier conversation. Because I think people that come to me, and I have no problem telling people, I'm not the most expensive and I'm not the cheapest. And I tell my friends, when you see people that are asking questions and you know people, don't do them a disservice and don't do me a disservice, because you know that. And so even in your recommendation and your referral, and I appreciate that people a lot of times are honest up front, because it gives me the opportunity to make a decision on, okay, how much value can I provide to you, and it not feel like I'm doing you a disservice because you don't have the budget. Early on, you know, bro, we was chasing everything. You know, it's like, yo, oh, you want me to do a flyer? Absolutely. You know, but that don't pay the bills. It may get you a couple, you know, at the time, you know, when McDonald's had a real dollar menu and then Wendy's came along and took over with their $4 for $4 or $5, you know, biggie bag. It may got you straight throughout the week and a couple of gallons of gas in your car, but nah, that doesn't work anymore. And so, like you said, budget is a very, very, very painful conversation. But I think I'm gonna be honest with you. It's hard to discuss that because it depends on what the expectation of the person is. And so a lot of times when I'm working with people on the filmmaking, the photo, the video side, that's an easy conversation. That's just, because I'm not probably going to be vested in your project until after you tell me about it. And the thing is, the first thing you're going to ask me is, okay, such and such told me this. I found you here. I have an event. What are your rates? That's usually how that goes. So that budget immediately comes up. On the design and the branding side, this is where relationship building is so crucial, where a lot of us miss an opportunity because some people call it judgment. I call it discernment. Like, I know you. So 90% of the time, I already know whether this is going to be a budget issue or not. But so my thing is, I'm going to try to see if you're somebody I really want to work with, and I know this potential is going to progress into something actually bigger. This is not one of those things where you just got an idea and it's going to fall flat and you're going to put it on the shelf. But I know there's a potential that this can go to the next level based on what I just said about legacy. I'm going to say, okay, maybe you can't afford all of this in one scope. And this is a pro tip, especially for designers or beginning designers. Find out how you can establish a relationship over a longer period of time using something like a retainer. Like car dealerships do it all the time. And especially you're going to see that. And they already exist. But what you're going to start to see is that because there's more supply than there is demand. So car dealerships right now still have 2023s they can't sell. They got 2024s they can't sell. They got 2025s rolling in and they can't sell. 2026 is about to start rolling out from the factories. So instead of them really like slashing the MSRP, what they're going to do is make it more favorable. So they're going to say, okay, we're used to giving you 72 months. I'll give you this car for 10 years. Now, can you imagine that? Locking in, you know what I'm saying, to a loan, to a finance for 10 years. Guess what? There are people that are going to want to do it. Number one, because they want and need the vehicle. And then the dealership and the bank wants and needs the customer. So you kind of have to take that same approach kind of right now as a designer to say, okay, this doesn't necessarily cheapen my value, but it does help us establish a relationship so that you can still get the best of me. I can still get the best out of you. I think that's that's another pain point. Like you said, people are trying to find out ways to circumvent that conversation because people get offended. Well, how dare you charge me $200 for a flyer? Joe Blow charged me $25. And so you know what we're going to say? Well, go call Joe Blow and then come back. And depending on, and you know, and I don't want to jump into this because we can take that train to Tokyo and back, but because I know you said you got some speakers in Japan and all over, so we just international today. But if you work in the faith-based space like we do a lot of times, that can be damaging, you know what I'm saying, to potential relationships with people, and they out here telling folks, well, Walt out here charging $200 for a fly. I'm like, yeah, but does the end result warrant that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna lie to your audience. You having an event and you want me to put together a promotion package and it's gonna be 5 people there. So I'm like, we gotta have a conversation about the layers that are underneath just the initial need to say, okay, I want to make sure you're being successful. So we can work on budget. I can bend. I'm not gonna break. Because sometimes you just got to say, no, I'm not the client. You're not the client for me. I'm not the company for you. But how can we, compromise, come to a meeting of the minds and establish something so it's like, hey, for everything that you have moving forward, because this is not the only time you're going to need me. And that's why I think a lot of designers and people mess up because they're looking at the moment. It's like, no, I'm trying to build a mountain out of this small molehill. I'm trying to make sure we can continue grow over time. And I'm not going to sacrifice a lifelong relationship or opportunity to build something like that just for the sake of the moment. If it's not the right fit, walk away from it. But if there is an opportunity where we can work together, just use the same logic without the shadiness, of doing bad deals. They'd be like, okay, you can't do this. What would it look like if we did this over this period of time? And that way you're still getting the best of me, I'm still getting the best of you, and we can work together and we grow together instead of me just, throwing you, in 10 feet of water and you really can't even swim yet. So hopefully that helps and makes sense.
I think that there's a piece missing from the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Because if people understood this one thing better, they will understand better the value for the budget of production for videos, for promos, for graphic design, for logos, and why it costs so much. Because the designer is not looking at the potential of a one-off logo. The designer is looking at the potential of what you might do with that logo.
Absolutely.
So a logo on the side of a bus that you just driving around, come on, take that money and gone. This is a one-off.
Right.
We know you're not coming back. You can't even afford the van that you're driving on, so we ain't even worry about that. You know what I'm saying? But a logo that is going to attach itself to a brand that can really go the distance, like a Burger King, a Target, a FedEx, like a corporate logo that has mission, vision, and value behind it, a good business plan, and is going to go the distance. Like, you are going to get banged in your head for that kind of logo. Because you're not just asking me to develop an image that talks about where you are today. You're asking me to develop an image that is going to stand with you for the test of time. So you got to look at, what kind of curvature it is. I'm pulling out my pen tool. Like, I'm pulling out a Wacom tablet. I'm finna go to town because I have had to get through $125 logos to get to the one $750, $1,500 banker. I've been going through all of this to get to this one good one, right? And I think the thing that changes the conversation In church, we call it evangelism, right? It's more like placement. It's like, why are you making all these flyers that you're not going to hand out to anybody, right? So you think it's expensive because the flyer that you're asking me to make, you only have intentions of putting it on Facebook 5 times. Like, you don't even have, like you mentioned, ambassadors. You don't even have a group of other people who you're going to leverage their social media to help you get the word out. Like, you don't even have a deep constant contact. You don't have no database of people. You just going to try to put it out there and think it's going to organically work. And we already know it's going to hit the floor because you ain't put no ad money behind it. That's just how it goes. But if people would have a timeline towards their project, they will have a campaign start date and end date. They're going to give themselves, a few weeks to actually gain steam behind it. They will see the value of the longevity of the design. What do you do to help people understand what a brand life means? Like, from the time you establish what the brand is to when the brand is really implemented, how do you help people to understand what that timeline looks like?
I mean, what we're doing now, because I'll go ahead and tell you, like, one of the reasons I really I want to be careful how I say this, but I mean, I say it, is I walked away from design in a sense was because of what you just described. I said, because there's a lack of education. Like, people have false expectations because your education level as it relates to what you want, all you know is, and again, not trying to bang on the faith-based space, but you see, well, Bishop Jake's live streams looks like this. New Zion Temple live stream looks like this. Like, Elevation has the greatest pre-show known to mankind. And so why can't, I want that. Okay, that's possible if you have this kind of money. So I know several people that work at several of the ministries I just named. Let me tell you how much one of those cameras costs. And that's just a camera. We're not talking about the lights. We're not talking about the lens. We're not talking about the internet speed. We're not talking about the sound. We're not talking about the million other components that go into creating this image. From a design standpoint, all people see is that flattened image when they get it. They don't know it might be 1,000 layers on that one design. And so to help people understand brand life, I try to bring that to life to them to help them understand, okay, number one, let's set the proper expectation for what it is you really want. Going back to the previous conversation we just had. All right, what is the roadmap? How do we get from A to Z? Because Z is not going to happen, tonight. They always say, and I think I saw you had this conversation recently, and one of the things they say, with a client, you give them, here, pick 3. It can either be fast, it can be cheap, or it can be good, but you can only have 2. You cannot have all 3. So A to Z is not going to happen. I think, again, we have to do a better job by educating the people we work with, by setting the proper expectations. So many of us in the design industry get excited because we don't know how to discipline ourselves to say no. All we're looking at is another opportunity to make some money, to try to get some exposure or whatever. But it's like, no, let these people know, because they're going to go to somebody else. I tell people, I'm the education guy. I'm the strategy guy. I know designers. I like to work in more of the agency format where we sit down, because a lot of people don't understand that within agencies, you have several different people. It's not just this one person that you're talking to that's handling the facet of this. And so you're going to sit down with the brains of the operation or whatever, but they're going to take all of that information and then go hand it to a designer. And so I like to make sure people understand, okay, what is the process? What does this look like? How do we go from ideation to implementation? So let's look at, okay, let's get the brand, let's figure out what the brand story is. Tell me about the history. Let's start with that. Tell me your why. Let's make sure we understand the mission and vision, because now I'm going to build my whole roadmap around that. All right. Once we move from that, let's go to concept, and design. Or what people call R&D, research and design. Let's look at, okay, what does this look like? Who is it? After we've determined who our ideal client is, we've gone through all of these personas, we figured out the brand human behavior psychology, what works for them, what's going to target the person that we're trying to reach. All right, now let's move to a place to be like, how do we put this in front of them? What's going to be the best means? What's going to be the best platform? People just decide, okay, I want a video. Okay, do you want this video? Are you trying to make a story? All right, you know what I'm saying? Does this need to be a long form, video that's gonna go on YouTube? Is this a podcast? People say, well, why am I paying this for 15 seconds? I said, do you not watch TV? Do you know how much a 30-second slot costs at the Super Bowl? This is not the Super Bowl. That's your problem. That you don't see yourself on that level. And so because you don't see yourself on that level internally, but you want the same results that they get, we're at conflict. So I used to just jump out there and I rush RJ. And I wanted to go back to something you just said as far as with those type of clients. I think this is where we get into the conversation of what came first, the chicken or the egg, as it relates to business and branding. Because I love working with people who are already in business. Because you already have either made money or lost money. And you understand, okay, if I've been in business this amount of time and I've made this amount of money, but it's like I'm kind of plateauing, you already kind of have a level set of how much you're willing to invest to be like, yo, I need some help. I got to go to the next level. And those are the greatest people to work with because you already got skin in the game. It's hard working with startups or people that consider themselves to be startup. You're just starting from scratch and you're trying to build a brand for your business, because the personal brand is a whole nother conversation. You're trying to build a brand for your business and trying to start the business at the same time. That roadmap is you're going to get mad at me because you're going to think I don't want to help you. No, I'm trying to save you. You're going to crash. And so again, for me personally, and like I said, I know people's like, well, that's a lot. It is. Because like you said, I don't want you to limit yourself to just driving around on a van and your logo was there. I need you to envision, okay, logo being on the side of the van, being on the side of the bus, being on the side of the plane, being on the billboard, being on the commercial, like that every single touch point that a customer or a potential customer has with your brand, with your organization, it needs to be clear, it needs to be concise, and it needs to be consistent. That does not happen overnight. So we're set. So that roadmap we set out may involve us having a consultation or a brand strategy workshop that's either going to last all day or a couple of days, depending on how your attention span goes. So we can say, okay, let's put this roadmap in place. And so we know, okay, we got to do this. 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 I'm going to get you here, but I want to make sure that we follow every one of these steps and that we're not skipping anything so that you can be the most successful.
So I've also noticed that recently, I've noticed that you've been focusing more on your YouTube videos.
Man,
COVID was an interesting thing, and it opened the door for us as content creators to see some additional ways that we can not only have industry impact, but also help to supply the demand of our households and our pocketbooks, right? And so you are now paying attention to what kind of camera you're using. You're paying attention to your background elements. You're paying attention to your focal rate and all those sorts of things to make sure that your videos come out. And there might be somebody watching right now who is like, wow, I want my video to look like that. And so they get to doing the camera phone thing. Is like, wonder, is he using an iPhone or an Android? Like, what kind of microphone is that? What is it plugged up to? I don't know. How does he do it so clean? And I'm like, man, it's a whole investment on how we even look when we're developing our own videos. I know you think I'm sitting at home. Today, I'm sitting at home with a MacBook Pro, but this ain't no normal MacBook Pro camera.
Okay? Like I said, brother looks good. So I know how much the MacBook Pro costs. Y'all might not.
So it's like, the amount of intention and investment that we spend in making sure that we look good is the same level that we provide for our clientele, right?
Absolutely.
There was an invention or an innovation in a particular software that has come out to make people on the consumer base operate and act like, or sort of act like, they're designers and content creators and all those sorts of things. And what they produce looks very decent in comparison to what they would have been able to produce before, because the layers and the adjustments and all this stuff that we got to do on the background Like they get around it, right?
Right.
But at the end of the day, a lot of it does them more damage than good. Even though they're saving more money, even though they can get it quicker, it's doing them more damage than good. Can you talk about the value or talk about the difference between a design professional and an amateur who has access to software?
Oh, that's a good one. I used to say that the difference was whether you got paid or not. But everybody's getting paid now.
Right.
Everybody has found a way. You know, you started off talking about this YouTube thing. So the word we're talking about, everybody has found a way to monetize a hobby. You know, where it's like they really are like, yo, I'm not trying to do this on a professional level. This is just something I do. One of my friends or family members is like, oh my God, that was great. That's amazing. Can you do that for me? And then here comes this whole business plan. And I'm not shooting anybody in the foot for that, because a lot of us got started like that. You know, you discovered that you were actually good at something and you were able to profit, you know, off of that. Hip hop parade, I'm all with it. But as it relates to the difference between this is one way you can tell from a design standpoint. If you hire somebody to do a logo for you and you get a JPEG file back, it's not a professional.
Unless that's what you paid for.
Listen, if you pay for that, hey, it is what it is. But if you paid thinking, you know, you're going to get this logo, it's going to come with a style guide, branding guidelines, all those different things, whatever, and you get a JPEG and it's like, nah, something ain't right about this. When you get a logo and they send you back your product and then you go to get it printed, you get it put on a t-shirt, you know, say you go to somebody else to get business cards or something like that. And the printer comes back and they tell you, they was like, well, do you have, you know, the vector file? And they're like, what is that? And then they tell you, well, okay, well, that usually ends in, you know, this extension of like .ai. You know, you can get away with .ep, you know, EPS. Those of us that do a lot of web, we prefer .svg. Old school PDFs, you can still get away with it, but you know, they can be a headache sometimes too. And everybody now is just like, you know, because Canva is, you know, I was trying to avoid saying it, but Canva, they're going to give you that nice PNG file and you're going to be like, oh, I can blow this up. Yeah, you know.
You got them little boxes and squares around the outside.
Listen, you know, you can, like I said, for web stuff, you doing something that's got like a, you know, 300 DPI, you know, you got that pixel density, you straight. But when it comes to like, you know, you know how it is, RJ. Somebody send you a file and they want it put on the LED screen and they like, why my file look like that? Something wrong with y'all screen? No, ma'am. You, no, sir, no, ma'am. You just went to a designer, but you didn't go to an actual design professional.
No. Here's one better. When the pen tool cutout has a cleaner line than the lines that are in the design itself.
Now, I'm going to tell you, that's old school where people just used to take something from Photoshop and do an image trace in Illustrator and try to get away. And try to get away with it or whatever. But it's hard, you know, especially like now what I do design a lot of, I just do a lot with thumbnails and stuff, you know, so my design, like I said, the way, even though I say I kind of stepped away from design, I just stepped away from design in that aspect. I love minimalistic design. Let me just say that. I love clean Fortune 500. Let me say that.
No,
I like Fortune.
You got to put all the words in the church program on the flyer. If you don't put all the words on it in the flyer, it ain't doing it. Nope. I need to know the location. I need the name of it. I need what time it's gonna be. I need the bio of the speakers. I need
Count me out, Doc. Count me out. Because like some of the worst, I'm like, yo, you do realize nobody is going to read this. Like, we have a problem of, and it's not, I'm not going to say it's our fault, and I'm not going to say our to label just everybody, but I think it comes to a lot of things in general where we over communicate because we're afraid of people. We're afraid of holding people responsible to know the details. This goes back to the branding conversation. If Beyonce, all she has to do is say, put out an address and put out a date and put out a time, she can post a black box, no other information, an address, a date, and a time.
And watch this. We'll pay good money for that black box.
Look, you're going to be trying to figure out what kind of black is that. I mean, literally. And so you deal with people that's like, well, make it pop. Pop don't mean profit.
Yeah.
Like, we got to stop this mentality. It's amazing to me that we wear brands whose logo, whose identity, like there's nothing sexy about it. It is the most simplest thing. Like, now you throw some color, some crazy color combination or some fabric or something like that. Okay, that's a different story. But I'm like, yo, that's the most boring logo in the world. But you come to me and you say, well, I need this to pop. It's not popping enough. Man, because what I really want to say, see, you're not supposed to take us down this road. Because again, if I don't have a vested interest in building a consistent relationship with you where you respect my expertise, not from the standpoint of me trying to tell you what to do, but where I can be honest with you and say, brother preacher, brother bishop, brother apostle, brother whoever, brother CEO, brother politician, the reality of it is you're reaching the same people. So this goes back to the conversation. What's the goal? If we're trying to pull in the same people, they know the address, they know the time, they know all of this other extra information. Those are things they already know. If you're saying we need to create promotion to attract new people, then I can't use the same. People have this notion of, well, we've always done it this way. That's fine. And it has worked to get to this point. Nobody's saying, denounce tradition, tradition and history and walk away from that. But you got to find a way to combine the old with the new. He called the old because they were strong. He called because they were wise. He called the young because they had the strength. Let's put strength and wisdom together. So we're gonna uphold traditional values, but as far as if we have a goal to grow and expand and try to reach a new audience, that audience doesn't see things the same way that we do it. And so a lot of times our end results are not successful, which is why people get mad and they don't want to spend money because they blame the designer. They blame the marketing company and say, well, you really didn't, I didn't get a ROI. I didn't get a return on my investment.
Not enough people came to my event.
Like,
but
that's
all
not
of the flyers that you printed out are still sitting in the backseat of somebody's car.
Yeah, like that's not my fault. Because again, if we go back to the Beyonce conversation, what has Beyonce done? She has built a cult-like following. And let me say something real quick. You cannot spell culture without cult. So y'all stop treating cult like it's a bad word. The occult is a problem. Cult itself, because you work for a cult. Your organization is a cult. Your family is like cult because somebody, we see things like Jim Jones and all these different things in the media. They throw this word around and it's like, yo, I get it. But you cannot spell cult without culture. And a lot of times we demonize the culture of businesses or certain faith-based entities when it's like, bro, nobody's going to have a consistent culture. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Overall, we may have this big umbrella where we're all aligned on certain values, but as it relates to what I do in my house, like the Jeanette cult clan or whatever, you know what I'm saying? We're going to do things a specific way. We're going to be nice because all of us should be nice. We're going to be loving because all of us should be loving, but if my kids go to bed at 8, don't demonize me because you let your kids go to bed at 11. As for me and my house, we going to sleep at 8 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? That's the culture of our house. So Those are, I'm saying a lot, but this is part of the conversation that people don't want to talk about, because what it does, it exposes them. It exposes them to something as far as enlighten, but it also exposes some work that they have not done. And some people don't want to be left feeling naked as if they are missing out on something, you know, a piece of the puzzle, like you said. So I'm like, well, she's built this following. All she got to do is breathe heavy. And because her fans, her followers, her ambassadors, they are so invested in the vision and the mission that is Beyonce Incorporation, whatever her brand or the name of her the identity, whatever it is, that's all it takes. What would it look like for you as a business owner, you as a CEO, you as a pastor, you as an entrepreneur, to get to a point where you didn't have to put your face on everything, where you didn't have to put all the information, because your brand is so strong that you can save money on marketing.
Get you a black box and put some numbers in it.
Literally. And it's like, and people are like, wait, and the people are like, how is that effective? Because they took the time to do the hard work, and they knew, I got to build this over a long haul. God told Noah it was going to rain. It didn't rain the next day. And it took some time to build that ark.
So there's three things that you notice, 3 C's that I want to leave everybody with. What are the 3 C's again?
My 3 C's?
Well, it was, your 3 C's. You mentioned it earlier.
Nah, it wasn't C's. It was what I call, it was ARC.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically my framework in an idea, as it relates to what I said about Noah's Ark, that was a great alley-oop, man. I appreciate that. That was a great segue. But it's the ARC framework. So it's audience attraction, audience retention, and audience conversion. Like I said, my thing is there's a storm coming, and it's really already here. The economy has changed. The way we do business has changed. Supply and demand has changed. People are kicking into survival mode. You may have heard me talk before about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. A lot of this impulsive stuff that people have been doing the last 10 to 20 years after the pandemic, they found out it wasn't profitable. So now people are going back trying to have good sense, and they're cutting back, or they're being more strategic with their dollars. So because they're being more strategic with their dollars, I got to be more strategic on be like, okay, how do I get you to give those dollars to me?
All right, stop right there.
Yeah.
Stop right there. Don't give no more. Tell them where to get it from.
Oh, WalterJeanette.com/join. There you go.
You saw what I did there?
WalterJeanette.com. That's why I'm on your platform. WalterJeanette.com/join. That's going to put you in my community, and you get out the gate. You get a freebie called the Content Whistle, which is a quick start guide, very quick start guide I made on showing you how to find the audience assigned to your voice. That encompasses everything that I do, RJ. I want to make sure that you're able to find the audience assigned to your voice, because we all know the old adage: if you're trying to sell to everybody, you're really selling to nobody. But once you understand how to find the audience assigned to your voice, like if I go outside and blow a dog whistle right now, I'm sorry. I'm not giving nothing though. But I'm gonna say this. I am gonna say this. There's a lot of dogs in my neighborhood. I can blow a whistle right now. They're gonna go crazy. The owner is gonna wonder what's happening, but that dog recognizes that whistle. I want your audience, the people that are assigned to you, I want them to feel the same way about your brand, about your business, about your ministry, about your political campaign, about whatever it is. If it's nothing but a lemonade stand, I want every time you blow your whistle, which is every time you post a reel, every time you post a status, every time you show up on a commercial, every time you just say hey to somebody, I want them to hear you in such a way that it's like, yo, I got to have what they selling, and I don't even know what they selling.
You're giving too much away. Everybody, this is Walter Jeanette. I'm gonna help you. Everybody,
that's it. You did it. It's your fault. I know we gotta go.
This is Walter Jeanette. All right, man. Thank you, bro. We'll bring you back next time.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, man. Right, appreciate you.
Yep. Man, what amazing conversation. Man, if you didn't pick up on how to do your brand better, You just need to watch the replay. Listen, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or the K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. Hey, listen, we got another great entrepreneur coming up next. Stay here with us on the Black Business Network. I'm Black Business, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening to you. Again, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome back to the Black Business Network. My name is RJ Stevenson, the CEO of Creative Concepts Production and Design, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And for this evening's 6 o'clock hour, our next guest is Kishana Key McNeil, a women's wear designer, an award-winning wardrobe stylist, and owner of That's Key by Design and Style by That's Key. With the AAA philosophy, she ensures looks are acceptable, attainable, and affordable for women to develop and discover their unique fashion style within, but helping them dress in a way that is a reflection of who they truly are, building their self-confidence and self-esteem to shine as strong, independent, fashionable women. She has the unique ability to provide high-quality designs and fashionable looks that are representative of women of all shapes and sizes. She believes that every woman has style. Sometimes it's buried or forgotten. Sometimes it hasn't yet been discovered. Her designs, looks, help women discover themselves. Now that's a key look, dressing from within. Why don't you all welcome to the Black Business Network 6 o'clock hour, Kishana Key Miller McNeil.
Hey, y'all.
That's Key.
Hey, that's Key.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing, amazing. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you for having me again.
Let's start by talking about this jacket.
Oh, absolutely. So this is the No Dupe jacket. It's a camo distress jacket that has the Black Girl Magic patches and chains. I actually have created it in collaboration with a very good friend and also Black business owner, a friend of mine, Paula St. Luce with Touch by Class. And so a lot of my beading and chain work that you'll see in my collections, all that work is done by her. And so we collaborated on this jacket. She does the patches. It's beaded all the way down the front, the back, and we just rip it up. And this is actually part of my first collection, but this is called the No Dupe Camo Distress Jacket. And it is available on sale today. You can get one. So check it out.
The No Dupe Camo Distress Jacket.
Mm-hmm. The No Dupe. That means no duplicated. No duplicate. So what it means is like each jacket that you get, the design is going to change a little bit. So you're not walking around. No one has this exact jacket. So the beading might change on it. A couple of handful of the patches might change on it, but it's just staying true to my tagline, dressing from within and being unique. Everyone wants an exclusive piece that they like, and this is very hot right now. A lot of people are buying them. So camo is year round. You can wear it year round. The jacket is very light. So you see I have it on today because it was raining here in Tampa. So I wore it today. And for all my Black women who like to represent Black girls, rock Black girls magic, you have the wrong side. You have the patches, the I love being a Black woman patch. So she switches up. She's amazing. Also, like I said, another Black business owner. Amazing. Got to give her a shout out. So
got you. So listen, Key. We done had a few experiences.
Yes, I have.
Now, tonight we want to talk about the business of fashion, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I want to dig into a part of this that doesn't normally get talked about.
Mm-hmm.
And that is budget.
Yes.
Right? Because I know that we have a lot of friends and all of y'all design some amazing custom stuff. Mm-hmm. But I always get in my feelings because it seems like people don't want to pay the prices for the custom stuff they want.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So let's talk about like what all financially goes into designing either a line, because I know you're doing it's getting ready to be fashion show month and all that kind of stuff. Let's talk about what all goes into developing like a show. Like you're doing a different collection pretty much every time you do it. Mm-hmm. You know, there's a lot of expenses that people don't think about. So when it comes down to the consumer having to bear the burden of the prices, they're like, why does stuff cost so much? Can you go through like a breakdown of what it costs to develop a collection for a fashion show?
Absolutely. So let me start from the beginning. Obviously, from the beginning, it's our time and our effort in just sketching and getting a vision down on paper. For those of you who do not know, designers were always working a year ahead. So right now, the collections that are coming out will be for the next year. So fall 2025 or spring 2026. So we always have to work a year and ahead. Designers do it a little bit different. You have capsule design and wardrobes, which you present anywhere from 6 to 8 looks. And then you have people that do a full collection. That could be anywhere from 12 to 18, even 20 looks. But sometimes everything doesn't go down the runway. So I decided to do a full collection last year. My full collection was 18 pieces. 18 pieces in that collection was very expensive. It's just out the gates. I do 2 different things. I design from scratch, which means I sew from scratch, but I also do revamps. So I'll give you a little bit of both sides. To design something from scratch, it's so expensive because you have to incorporate a lot of different things. You have to incorporate the cost of fabrics. I'm in Tampa. So since I'm in Tampa, I said this last year, is not a very huge market for fashion designers. So there's not a lot of fashion stores here, or not fashion stores, but fabric stores to get things. You have Joann's. That's the best thing that you have. And Joann's is great. Don't get me wrong, for like little crafts, if you want to make pillows and blankets and quilts, yes, you want to go to Joann's. But to produce the type of collections that designers want to produce, we have to travel. So I find myself going to Miami, driving to Orlando, and really my main go-to is Atlanta. That comes with an expense. So even if I'm driving to Atlanta in one garment, I might lucky if I can get the fabric for like anywhere from $3 to $15 per yard. Now I have to incorporate my time in traveling. So that's a 7.5-hour drive. Luckily, my in-laws live an hour and a half outside south. So I don't have to bear that expense, but my gas, my time. When I get there, of course, I spend a whole day there because I can't do the back and forth. So I'm there all day. I pick out all my fabrics, everything that I'm doing, take my sketches with me. And literally leaving that fabric store when I'm starting a new collection can cost me probably anywhere from $1,500 to $2,500 just in fabric. That's not zippers. That's not the chains that you see on the jacket or any of that. Then, of course, you have your patterns and things like that that you have to put into play. So when I get everything together, I take a look at my my sketches and what I want to do. Some things I'm able to produce verbatim and do it the way I sketch it. Some of it, you realize, wait a second, this fabric is going to be outdated. So I may not get. Last year, I learned that a lot of the fabrics that I use, you're not going to get them again. So now I have to then rework my designs because I want to make money, right? Because I want to sell the garments. So I end up using it for trims, sleeves, and different things like that. So I can, because heads up, I do everything myself. I have help from Miss Karen, who is a seamstress here in Tampa. But between me and her, I do everything myself. I don't have a production company because when you get into production, I'm going to speak on that in a little bit. That's extremely expensive to produce up front. So with that being said, this jacket starts at $200. Why does this jacket start at $200? Because you have to incorporate the time that it takes us to produce this jacket. You have to incorporate your materials because you want to make back what you put out for the jacket. And this jacket takes one jacket takes 2 to 3 days. So if one jacket takes 2 to 3 days, and that's just, I'm not saying all day working on the jacket, but over a course of time, it takes 2 to 3 days to do, then I can't sell this jacket for no less than $200.
So about how many hours would you say goes into making that one jacket?
This one jacket, I would say about 4 hours if you do it straight.
So 4 hours of time in putting together one piece of clothing,
one piece,
in 18 looks that's going to go across the runway.
And the 18, some are more complicated than just this one piece. So some of the things that I showed are extremely complicated. This is just, for me, the minimum of sewing one garment is 4 hours. But some garments can take me 8 hours. So that's a full day. By time, because you have to cut out the pattern. You have to cut it on to the fabric. Then you have to sew it. Then you have to go through and you have to do alterations and all that stuff to make sure that it looks good going down the runway. Because the one thing I've been taught is if it doesn't look good on the inside, you can't sell it. It needs to look as good as it looks on the outside. It needs to look good on the inside because that's what keeps the garment together. And people will be highly upset if they spend $200 on a garment that falls apart.
So if you have 18 garments, 18 to 20 garments, or 18 to 20 looks that are going down the runway, and it takes you 4 to 8 hours, depending on what the garment is, how long does it take?
Oh, it's months. It's months ahead of advance. So I'll just speak on last year. Last year, Tampa Bay Fashion Week. I did Tampa Bay Fashion Week, and I also did the Fashion Finest show. And the first show was in August. The second show was in September. I started buying fabrics November of last. Hold on, what are we in 2024? So it would have been November of November of 2023. I started sewing because I started sewing in February. Sewing and working on the garments in February, because I also am a stylist, and then I also work. So I'm doing all these different things. I'm taking on styling clients. I'm working and I'm producing a collection. So it takes me a long time. I start in February typically.
So we talked about how much it takes in time and money for the garments. But that's only one piece.
That's only one
show.
piece. And that's what I'm doing.
You got to talk about models.
Yes, models.
Then you got to talk about the amount of money you pay to be in the fashion show. Then you got to talk about music. You got to talk about visuals, because most fashion shows now, they have some kind of projector or LED screen behind the runway, right? But then after it's all said and done, like you got to produce some kind of lookbook or something so that you can try to get this in the hands of. So after you finish a collection, the fashion show, like a lot of people think that the fashion show is the reason why you did the collection.
No.
What's the reason why you do a collection so people can understand?
So the reason why we do the collection is so that we can get our garments into the hands of the consumer. You know, so there are, and I'm gonna break it down to you. And it's funny that you asked that question because I just got together with some designers and we just had a conversation about this. There are fashion shows and there are designer showcases. Okay, there's a difference between the two. The fashion shows, you have the glitz and the glams, you have the models and the twirling and the whatever they do, and it's great. Not taking anything away from that. But it's not designer focused. The buyers are not going to that show. Those type of shows is normally your mama, your grandma, your auntie that want to see you come put on a great show. And really the consumers that are there don't necessarily want to spend what designers are charging at those type of shows. So those type of shows, like true designers, you won't see major designers in those type of shows. Then you got designer showcases. Those are your fashion weeks. So that's your Tampa Bay Fashion Week, your Atlanta Fashion Week, your New York Fashion Week, Miami. Those are the shows that designers, they're very designer driven. So you're not going to have Popeye's chicken and biscuits at the show. You might have an open bar, because the people that are in the audience, they are there to spend money. They are they're coming from one reason and one reason only, and that's to see the fashion coming down the runway. Those are the shows that we're focused on because those are the shows that consumers are there. They're ready to spend money. Buyers are there. Boutiques. Those are the shows that, you know, as designers, we really work hard in building boutique relationships in our areas to get them there to check out what's coming down the pipe. So those are the difference between the two. Now, I've done both. I've done both fashion shows and I've done designer showcases because I am known to put on a show. You know, I will give you a good show. You're laughing because you already, you know me. I will give you, if that's what you want, I'm going to give you a show. But lately, in regards to what I do, as on the designer side, I've been very designer focused. So if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. So I'm putting myself in position to be in rooms with people where consumers are going to support and possibly pick up garments. So that's the difference between the two. Now, getting into the whole nuances of everything that comes with the show. Music, it costs. Your models, if it's not a show or an organization that's paying your models, a lot of the models, they want to get paid now. They don't want TFP anymore.
What's TFP?
TFP is time for print, or they work for the time or just for the experience. A lot of the models have been down the runway several times and they're at the point where they want to get paid. Paying models, if you have an 18-piece collection, and you're paying them by hour, it could be $50 an hour per model. It depends, or $75 depending on their experience. So that's a cost. I'm also a stylist, so I have a vision, I have a theme in mind when it comes down to my collection is going down the runway. So I provide everything, accessories, shoes, to create the whole look. For me, my vision is I want people to be able to, the consumer to be able to see themselves in the garment, and dressing the garment from head to toe helps the consumer be like, oh, okay, I could wear this like this, or I could rock this like that. Thinking about different models and different personalities and how they can carry off a garment, they have to be able to sell the garment. So you have to take those things into consideration. Your graphics, expensive. Like if you want that's what you do. It's not cheap. You know, the music is not cheap. All the things that go into, even from a media standpoint, having your lookbook ready, having garments ready for, because you never know. Like right now, we're in the middle of Tampa Bay Fashion Week. I just got accepted into Tampa Bay Fashion Week. A magazine may call you before the show even comes and says, hey, we're going to be shooting whatever, a fall issue of blah, 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 blah. Do you have 5 garments ready for us to look at? You got to be ready. Those garments got to be ready. They like fully, not you still sewing them together, because if you don't have them ready, you miss out on opportunity to get your work seen by the consumer who purchased these magazines. So that goes into play. The money you spend to even get into is not free for us to be in these designer shows. It's not even free for you to be in a fashion show anymore. Like you're paying anywhere from fashion shows run anywhere from 150 to 250 in small cities. I'm just talking about my market, my area, like the Lakeland, the St. Pete's, the Tampa shows. However, you go to Atlanta, you're looking at 500 to 1,000 to showcase your work in somebody else's show. If you want to get into designer showcases, they start at $1,500. $1,500. New York, they told us, is $8,000 this year. Paris is $10,000. And so you're paying this money to put yourself in position to be in front. It's all about the consumer and the buyer when you're doing these showcases. So it is a lot of, it's a lot. And then when you, after it's all said and done, a lookbook, because you want it, and you have a lookbook and then you have a line sheet. A line sheet is something that designers are doing now, because a lot of times you go to these shows and you're like, oh, that's fire. That's great. And then you don't connect with the designer, because half the time we're not even given the opportunity to speak to the crowd. It's like, get your runway, get your stuff down the runway, get it back. And then you forget who the person is or how to even get in contact with them. So what a lot of designers are doing now is they're doing like little mini line sheets, which is like a little postcard of the look, describing what the look is in the order that it comes out and how to contact the designer if they like something that they see going down the runway. That is also the opportunity where we take pre-orders for anything. So designers do it two different ways. You have your ready to wear, and then you have your specialized garments and different things like that. I had both going down the runway. So now this year I'll have things ready for sale that I made last year that are ready to wear. And then I'll be taking orders for any of the special garments that came down the runway. If you get into production, honey, that's you know how it's inflation right now and the cost of homes are going up. That's how much it is to produce a collection.
So you said that last year you did a collection, and this year is ready to sell. What is the, because a lot of people think that when they see stuff going down a fashion show, that it's like ready to go. I want to go to the store. I want to buy that. Where can I buy that from? And it's like, I hope you paid attention who the designer was and what season it was, so you can go back and ask the designer for the season, because that don't mean, just because you saw on the runway does not mean that this is necessarily going to be out anywhere to purchase, because some designers are designing for boutique stuff. Some designers are trying to get into major stores. So talk about the difference between how you make your money back, because to this point we've been talking about how expensive it is to actually produce your collection. How does that turn into income for you? Because if it don't, I don't think you're gonna be designing too long. So how does investing in all of that to make a collection turn around so that consumers can purchase and you, the designer, make money?
So I'll speak for me, specifically how I do it. I break my garments down into ready to wear rare versus, because that's the stuff that I know I can get out, like this jacket. And like I do a lot of revamps. So my revamps and that stuff I can get out quickly, I make my money back on that quickly, because it doesn't take me that much time, because I'm not creating the garment from scratch, if that makes sense. So those are the things that you want to have ready. for sale, so that when you're doing the next show, they're like, oh, that's bomb, or that, I call it the key mono. I have I have to put that out there. It's the key, K-E-Y, monos. All of my key monos, whether they're long or short, those will be ready for sale because it doesn't take me any time to produce those. And those are the things that I make my money back on the quickest because I don't have to wait. They're right in front of them. A lot of the times, and I was just having a conversation with designers as well. Consumers, like you said, they want it right then and there. And a lot of times it's just not what you see going down the runway. If you're at a true designer showcase, is a sample. It's samples going down the runway. So none of those garments are ready for you to buy. It's a sample for you to see what you're going to get if you purchase the garment once the season hits. That's it.
I'm laughing because you're like, none of these are ready for you to buy. And if you ever been like backstage at a fashion show, you realize that half the stuff that people are putting on got pins all the way down one side. Yeah. You've had to take the time to like purposely shape the
garment for the person. You into the garment. I literally had to do that. I stapled someone into it just to get it down the runway, just so you could get the vision of what it will look like.
Yeah.
So the goal is to send things down the runway as finished as possible, especially when buyers are in the room, because you don't want to send anything down and like, hey, I want to take a look at it. And then you got strings and pins. But I've seen girls get cut from pins. I didn't see we had to cut someone out of a garment just to get them into it, because it's just to give you the look of what's to come. A lot of it is not ready for sale. So when people come to me and they're like, well, can I buy this today? Yeah, you could buy it for pre-sale. And that's when you use that opportunity. So talking about leveraging the consumer when you have them. Yeah, let's go ahead and I'll take your pre-sale order. When it's ready, you'll be contacted.
So yeah, it's like fashion show production is a whole nother thing behind the scenes. It comes out looking great on the runway, but man, it's a whole nother beast in the background.
It is, and that's where you figure out whose garments are like, who are your sewers and who are people. You're like,
yeah, because there's a lot of people from each other. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the background of a fashion show that people never really see. I mean, from rehanging, like once garments go down the runway and they come back, like somebody has to hang those garments back up so they can be reloaded and loaded out. It's like a whole lot of stuff in the back end. What is it that drives you to continue doing it, right? Because the process you're talking about means that there's a lot of investment on the front side.
It is.
What is it that keeps you? What is it that drives you to keep making new collections so that you can continue to stay fresh in your industry?
So what drives me, and this is the thing that people don't know about me, is I was late in the game. Delayed, I would say delayed, but not denied. And so I spent a lot of time in my earlier years. For those of you who don't know, I was a former educator. And I spent so much of my time like pouring into my students until 2020 hit. And I was like, wait a second. I have to share this story. So I don't know if I'm going off script. Until 2020 hits, and I was like, wait a second, I'm doing all this for my students. Really, my students called me out and they was like, well, you pour into us and you were in the fashion industry. What are you going to do now? And blah, 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 blah. So they do listen to me. But I say that all to say that I'm self-taught 5 years ago, and you're laughing because you already know, like, I couldn't even thread a sewing machine, y'all. Like, I could do the little stick figure that had the round head with the 2 arms and the 2 legs. That's all I did. And I said, okay, Lord, if this is a gift that you've given me, show me how to navigate this thing. Because my passion is helping people or women. I do have male clients. I don't want to knock on. I do a lot of, universal pieces for both men and women. However, but my focus is on the women, and a lot of it, if you're a mother, I'm a mother, a lot of times, and we're working, we get lost, you know, in ourselves, we get lost in our lives, and we don't necessarily spend the money that we should to make ourselves look. So what drives me is my clientele. What drives me is that new, fresh idea. I'm driving in the car with my husband. I'm like, ooh, go on my notebook. I want to do this, and this, and that. And he'd be like, look at me. He was like, how much that gonna cost? So we're not gonna worry about that right now. We're gonna figure out how much it's gonna cost. But the vision is here. So we need to stay here with the vision. Just the vision, loving my clientele, the satisfaction you get when it goes down the runway and it is done. And everyone is like, oh, that is hot. When all the models want to walk for you. You know, I still get phone calls. Are you doing template fashion this? Because I would love to work with you. That's what keeps me going. And when you see someone wear your garment and they take pictures and they feel good in it, and they be like, oh girl, look how I styled this. That's what keeps you going.
That's amazing, Key. I would never forget riding through New York in a rickshaw. Looking for batteries. Oh my God. What is the energy like for you when you see your garments come out on the runway, they call for a flood and everybody trips over each other to try to get back on the runway, and you get to come out last and be proud of what you've produced?
And I'm not going to tear up on this one. It is the most gratifying moment for me, because if anyone knows me or has been to any of my shows where I showcase, I always bring my daughter out with me at the end. So if you ever seen me in live, you'll always see her with me. So for me, it's showing her that mommy actually accomplished something that she dreamed on. Like I'm actually, because I'm that example for her. So it's everyone. And then for me, it was like, it's still a shock, because I'm like, I could not sew. Like I could not sketch. Like I could not, like, so sometimes when I even looking back at my stuff, I'm like it's a gift. I feel like I prayed on it and God said, oh, you're ready to pursue this thing now. So here you go. And I literally, before I put together any garment, I pray on it. I'm like, Lord, guide my hands. And I speak a lot about my faith, because my faith is everything to me. But Lord, guide my hands, guide my thoughts. When I'm sketching, guide my thoughts and different things like that. Help me design with the consumer in mind, because I can have a great idea, but if it doesn't work, it's not going to work. So those are the things that's just that gratification that, dang, girl, you did that.
This is amazing. Listen, tell everybody how they can get in contact with you, because I'm sure there might be some women out there who looking for some styling going on.
Oh, absolutely. So I have 2 social media accounts. So you can check me out at Styled by That's Key, and that's STYLEDBYTHATSKEY. Sorry. Or you can check me out at Shop at Style by That's Key on Instagram and Facebook. I also have a website, and it's www.stylebythatskey.com.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Key. This has been amazing. We have to do this again next month. Go ahead and get ready for your segment, because we're going to keep this going, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right. I'm Black Business, and I'll see you on the other side. Man, I love being able to bring amazing people to this platform and have them share about what they love to do. Listen, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online for the scholarship at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2024: NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, 5 Star BDM Media, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Miracle Recruiting, Creative Concepts Production and Design, and of course, Black Business Expo USA. I am Black Business, and I'll see you on the other side.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start bossing today.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage.
The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those 2 things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course. I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening again, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is RJ Stevenson. I'm the CEO of Creative Concepts Production and Design, and I am your Black Business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, Frizzell Malin is the CEO and founder of Parenting 911 University. Parenting 911 University is a leading online education platform that provides school districts with Parenting 911 coaches who focus on a comprehensive parental involvement school plan to empower parents as major stakeholders in their children's education and prepare staff members through personal development workshops on how to compassionately engage and collaborate with parents. And all parents need compassion. As a retired teacher, assistant principal, adult and community education coordinator, and federal programs coordinator, all of her educational background is compiled with her parent coaching and personality profile certifications to promote a deeper family connection through structure, communication, relatability, empowerment, and community. Mrs. Lynn and husband are parents of 6 adult children and 9 grandchildren. She got a whole lot of experience. She is a cancer survivor and thriver who continued to teach, coach, and mentor in the face of her life-threatening adversity. Through this experience, she became a published award-winning author. Her latest book focuses on transforming discipline in 3 steps, entitled You Need a Butt Whooping, sold on Amazon right now. The main focus is that discipline is not punishment. It teaches the 3 steps of the discipline process. She's always striving to make a difference in people's lives, especially children. Won't you welcome to the Black Business Network stage, Ms. Frizzell Malin.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction.
You got experience.
Most definitely. Even more so than you think, right there. Yes, most definitely.
You are the Parenting 911 coach. Why is parenting a 911 type situation?
Oh, that's a wonderful question, actually, Mr. RJ. So when we have an issue, let's just say it's a fire. You want to call 911 because you need help with the fire. If it's an accident, you want to call 911, you need a policeman. You need someone there. Maybe someone's sick, 911 brings the ambulance. Well, when families need to be rebuilt, when family situations are causing everyone to fall apart, no communication, no nurturing, no structure, parents feel burned out, all of that, and children are in the midst of it and they don't know what to do, you need a 911 rescue. And that's what we do. We rescue the families by teaching parents better strategies.
So do you all show up in a van with like blue and red lights? Like y'all come in uniforms and come get now, do y'all come get the kids or do you come get the parents? Now, which one is the 911 for?
Okay, now let me tell you, I've had parents to say, okay, are you going to work with my children? And I have to say to them, no, ma'am, we're going to work with you. So you can go home and work with your children. And we don't bring the lights and the sirens. We come in nice, quiet, and calm so we can show the parents how to remain calm in every situation. You have to parent from a place of calmness, even if you have to be firm. You don't have to scream, yell, cuss, and fuss to be firm. You just have to mean what you say what you mean, and follow through.
Now, I got two youngins that I need help with. Their names are Misty and Peanut. So when I heard about your book, it touched me in my heart. Because they need a butt whooping. I got these two Yorkies, Miss Frizelma, they don't know how to act. So I remember how I was raised, and I had a conversation that sounded like, you better not whoop my dogs. And I was like, but ain't that how everybody learns, like, consequences for your actions, and this is what you can expect if you don't do the right thing, and you need to get potty trained and stop doing this stuff everywhere. Ain't whooping what is needed in the world. A lot of people say when we used to beat kids, they didn't act like they act.
All right, so we've got to back this up just a little bit, okay? All right, so this is what the book looks like, right? Okay. You need a butt whooping. But it says on there that it is transforming discipline in 3 steps.
Oh.
There was a time we had a better understanding of discipline. Discipline is not punishment. Most people think that they're one and the same, but they are not. Discipline is actually taking the time, that's already an issue. Taking the time to go through a process, a 3-step process. So I help parents understand that discipline takes you as well as the child. The very first step is to give the child a directive. Tell the child to do something. So let's just say you say, sit down. All right. Well, the child may sit down with their knees in the chair and one leg hanging over the back, but they're sitting down. However, that may not be what you mean. It may not be how you want them to actually sit. All right. After you give the directive, then the second step is make sure that you model for them what you want them to do. One of my teaching videos a couple of years ago was practice at home what you want displayed in the public. Woo! Don't wait until you get in the middle of Walmart to start screaming at your child about something you should have practiced with them at home.
So scream at home so you ain't got to scream in Walmart.
Oh, no, don't even. It's not doing you any good there. They already tried. It's not doing any good there. So make sure that you model for them. Most times we don't want to model. We just want to tell children what to do. Things like, okay, get off your phone at the table while we have our device there and we're still playing Candy Crush or something. You know what I'm saying? So we have to model for them. The third thing, after you model, you have to allow the child to practice, and you supervise while they practice to be sure they are implementing what you showed them. Now, Parenting 911, you know, we work from more than just one focus. We focus on the parent because we have coaching programs and workshops for parents. But then we also work with the school because as a retired teacher and administrator, so oftentimes I see and hear the frustration from teachers. And yes, don't get me wrong, they have a plate that is running over because more and more and more is put on them to help our children. So we also provide professional development training for them because, as you said in the introduction, we have to learn how to compassionately work with the parents, not just check off a box and not just try to talk over their heads, no, to compassionately collaborate and engage with them because they need to have a voice in their child's academic success. So in discipline, even at school, it has to look different. In the book, it walks you through consequences because you mentioned that. It walks you through what I call a consequence chart. The chart actually helps you understand that consequences come with everything we do. Mm-hmm. Every decision you make to get up in the morning, to brush your teeth, to comb your hair, to what you wear, to what you eat, to everything we do, a consequence follows. Well, parents have to teach children that. So on the consequence chart, you have positive consequences and negative consequences. And many parents forget to encourage children or to just motivate them by saying, oh, you did really good. That was a great job. Well, that's a positive consequence. Mm-hmm. By rewarding them. You don't have to go out and buy all the stuff that so many parents buy. You can't buy love. So take time to just compliment them, encourage them, motivate them. However, if they choose, after you've gone through the 3 steps, after you've practiced and practiced and practiced, if they choose then not to do what you've asked them and taught them to do, then a negative consequence should come for any of us. If we keep running red lights, a negative consequence will come, So you have to understand that, yes, they need that negative consequence as well. On the sheet, though, a butt whipping is not the thing on there. I know some of the parents I work with, they think that's the only thing you can do.
They ought to open that book and be like, where is the butt whipping? Where is it?
So I tell them, you put that at the very bottom. You have 20 other lines that you're going to fill up before you get there. Simply because you need to take the time to think about why do they need the negative consequence anyway? Are you sure that you have trained them? Sometimes we want to give a child a spanking, but we didn't do our part. Who needs the butt whipping? Yeah. Sometimes we want to just jump past all of that impulsively because we don't know anything else, because that's the only thing that was done to us. But if you go through the chart, you put down things that your child doesn't like. Let's just say they lose 15 minutes of time on their device, or they have an extra chore added So they have to maybe wash dishes along with take out the trash, or, just simple things. It doesn't have to be, so great. We miss the simplicity of parenting. It's really simple.
So, I think back to the days of Linwood and Cassandra Stevenson. And you said add a chore. There was no such thing as adding chores when I was growing up. You just did them all. Like, but I do want to ask you this. You talked about what your interactions are with people in education. When you encourage parents in their process of parenting, do you teach them to advocate for their children when it comes to the school environment? Or because I noticed you mentioned there should be like cohesion or collaboration between the teacher and the parent. Walk me through how one of those conversations might sound, because a lot of times parents have a different perspective when they even approach a teacher, because a lot of parents approach teachers from a defensive perspective because they're going there to advocate for their child. But then you got the teachers who do not find creative ways to keep children engaged. So how do you navigate that kind of situation between the two?
So for Parenting 911 University, our goal now, and so this is the part that's different probably from any other parent coach training center. Our ultimate goal is for prevention of school incidences by placing that Parenting 911 coach in every school. That coach is going to work with the parents and the teachers hand in hand. Our packages of coaching programs are for the parents for 6 months to a year. You can choose which plan you want. For the school, it's at least 6 of the trainings for professional development, because teachers do have to have that compassion and understand we've got to bring parents back into the equation. So at this time, so many things going on seem to separate parents, to disconnect the parents from that academic atmosphere, from being truly included at the table of decision making for their child's academic success. So for the Parenting 911 coach, we have to inform parents of how the meeting needs to go. What are the things you can cover? What rights do you have? What is it that you need to make sure you need to ask and get clarity on? Many of them are defensive because they didn't have a good experience, or maybe their parents didn't go to school to advocate for them, and so they're not sure where they stand. So many times they honestly don't know what the meeting is about, what can be covered, what to ask, what's being said. They just kind of go along and expect the teachers to make the best decisions. So we make sure the parents have knowledge of what different meetings are about and the rights that they have for their children, as well as working with the teachers, so that we are not feeling that because we are the educators, we know everything there is to know, because we don't. And we have to learn how to partner together for the child's sake. This is not about our ego. This is not about our intellect. It's not about the parents' fears, or it is about us collaborating for the sake of the child.
So for the sake of the child, my parents told me I ain't had no rights. They told me that early on. It was like, context. I had gone to school and they told me about the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. And I came home with my little book that I was reading my book because I'm a child. I got rights. And I went in the living room and was like, I got rights. My parents said, boy, you ain't got no rights.
A right to be quiet.
Hello. I didn't know no better then. I understand now on the backside, right?
Yes.
What is a parent's role now? And I asked that because, the other day I was having a conversation with a friend and it was sort of like, parenting has absolutely changed. I remember when my friends in high school were having children, right? I remember when it was that the young ladies wanted to be their friends with their kids. They wanted their kids to dress like them, and they were like their little version of little Barbies and all that kind of stuff. And so it sort of like became a situation where rather than having the stern country go out there and get a switch parents, like I grew up, like they were playing video games together. I mean, it was like they were friends rather than parents. And then later on, you saw this switch happen and this transition where they started to have disciplinary issues because they had not drawn a clear line of delineation about parenting, right?
Absolutely.
These kids today even different from them because these the kids of the kids.
That's right.
That is like, right. This is 2 generations removed of home training. So, I know I got an interesting way of saying stuff, but it's the case. This is the Black Business Network. And one of the things that concerns me is the kinds of young people that we are unleashing on the workforce that have never been made to sit down anywhere, that don't have a strong level of work ethic, that think everything is supposed to be given to them, that have a problem with you if you tell them to put their cell phone down. I remember you used to get fired if you had your cell phone on at work. But this generation of young people, they are so unprepared for what the workforce requires of them, especially ones now who've graduated and had experiences during the pandemic. Like they just don't know. Yes. What should parents be doing now to better acclimate young people on how to be successful, not just in the workforce, but as responsible citizens? What should parents be talking to their kids about?
You first said, what should parents do? Now they should go to parenting911.org because we need to have coaching sessions. So this is the issue. You are so correct. We are at least 2 generations removed, at least. So you have to think about, there was a time in our Black communities here in the United States, especially in the southern states, where the Black women who worked in the home of white families not only raised their own children back at home, but they raised the white family's children also. So we were raising all the children. And now we don't know how to raise our own. So we know that something changed terribly at some point.
Yeah.
This is when it started changing. The more and more our parents worked outside of home. One grandmother told me, she said, so you're telling me I dropped the ball? And I said, what do you think? She said, I dropped the ball. She said, because my husband and I were so busy trying to work overtime. We were not at home with our children. They were the latchkey key children staying at home alone, just raising themselves. We didn't have time. We wanted more money to buy more stuff that nobody needed. So we have to now understand it's a mindset shift. Like you said, many parents, younger parents, think about friends befriending their children. And they will ask me in a coaching session, and I'll say, if that's what you think you need to do, honestly, that's up to you. But let me say this. If you are your child's friend, then who has the responsibility and the accountability for making the hard decisions, setting the boundaries, creating the structure for your home? You are your friend. Because see, somebody has to step up and be held accountable for those decisions that need to be made. Somebody has to model for the child. Somebody has to teach the child. Somebody has to spend time with the child. Somebody has to talk the child through why or why not to do whatever that is. And see, 3 generations ago, people were taking time to do that. And now they have to return to that. Many of them don't even know how, because as you said, you went to high school with people, they started treating their babies like Barbie dolls. But parenting is serious. It's not just so they can be good employees. They're going to also be someone's parent. And how are they going to teach their children to have character if they don't know it? If no one taught them, if they don't have a clue. So it's not just about being good employees. It's also about being decent human beings. Because we're also creating this group of people that's going to have to take care of us as we get older.
You hope.
Exactly. And then someone mentioned to me just a few days ago about customer service and how disrespectful the employees are. Well, they have to be taught respect. They have to be shown how to be respectful. They don't know in most cases because of home training.
Yeah, when you're dealing with an entitled kid who gets Jordans because everybody else has Jordans, you know, what is there to reach towards? So it's like it's not like they're rewarded based on what they've done. They just get it because if I don't get my child this, then my child isn't. You know, I've never been one of those people who appreciate situations where children get participation awards. Because when a child gets a participation award, from my perspective, what is the incentive for the child that put in the extra time to be above and beyond? Exactly. Where is the standard that says that this is excellent and this is not, if everybody walks away with the same thing? Now, I know there's 2 different perspectives of that, because some people say, well, you don't want to say that one child is better than the other, because then that child grows up with a lack of self-esteem. On the other side, you say, well, if my child sat outside and threw up 1,500 free throws a week, he deserves his trophy, and your kid don't get one because it lost. Where should we be from your perspective in terms of that conversation from a safe place?
Real life. Because in real life, someone has to go through whatever it takes to accomplish that goal. And so many times right now, our children are in a fantasy world, and many parents are. They're in a fantasy world. So one of my students a few years ago, he was maybe 9th grade. And as we talk about our purpose here in this world, our goals for the future, you know, what are we working towards? All right. He said he wanted to go to the NFL. fine. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, my question was, so are you on the football team here at high school? Well, no, ma'am. Okay, well, that's okay. What about middle school? Did you play on the team at middle school? No, ma'am. I said, okay. So did you play like on the community league, the city league football? You know, have you ever been on a team, a football team? He said, no, ma'am. I said, okay. So who told you you could play football really well? He said, oh, the guys that I play with behind the apartment. So see, he had no idea about working hard to reach a goal. He just thought like in a video game, you push a button and it pops up. Yeah. And that's how we're raising our children. We've got to go back to real life. We've got to go back to the point where we know good and well that life itself is a struggle. So don't teach your children that there is no struggle. Many parents don't even talk to their children about struggles. They just act like, you know, I don't know, it just falls out of the sky. We just pop our fingers and it's done. No, you have to teach your child how to go through a struggle. Conflict resolution. You teach your child, how did you get through that struggle? How did you make it through when you lost your job or when a relationship fell apart or whatever the case may be? Many parents never, ever talk to their children about the real difficult things of life. But when they turn 18, they're considered, that's right.
Get up out of here.
Considered grown. They don't know how to work. They don't know how to pay bills. They don't know how to hold a job. They don't even know how to find a job. They don't know anything about real life. They can't wash clothes. They can't cook. They can't clean. That's real life. And it's up to us. Let me tell you, from the time a child is born until that 18th birthday, we have 936 weeks to prepare that child for life as an adult.
936?
936 weeks.
Man, I done washed a lot of dishes. I done washed a lot of dishes, vacuumed a whole lot of floors, washed a whole lot of cars, cleaned a whole lot of bathrooms. I need to call my mama.
And it helped prepare you for life. When you call her, thank her.
It did help to prepare for life because I look at my counterparts and parents today, and I'd be like, you have no clue.
No clue. No.
I mean, people can't sweep floors. I mean, never held a mop before. And it's like, you know, you walk into houses that are immaculate, but you have to now hire someone to be a housekeeper because you don't know how to keep your own house. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it causes the need of more money because people just don't have a clue how to live.
Exactly.
What made you decide to take on parents as a consumer? Because that's honorable of you.
Thank you. I wish that were the case. All right. So that's a calling on my life. That's an assignment. And the assignment was teach the parents. Now that assignment came years ago, actually 2008. And so I've been, you know, really focusing a little bit more on it gradually throughout the years. It's not something that you just want to jump into because remember, you're dealing with adults, whether they know how to parent or not, whether they are, you know, just kind of guessing about it or what, you're still dealing with an adult.
Yeah.
So I tell them from the beginning, I'm not judging you.
I'm not here to judge you. I am here to nudge you from where you are moving forward, because your children need for you to be the absolute best parent possible. Your children can no longer afford for you not to know how to parent them.
Yeah.
They need for you to learn the stuff you don't know. And that's what Parenting 911 University does.
How does it make you feel when you run upon an adult that did not get the lessons? You look at him like, poke thing, you just don't know. But like when you run across an adult that has low level character, that's value system has not been developed, and you sometimes don't see it until you see what they produce, until you see whether or not they're able to, to actually stick with it. Are you a quitter? When you get a job and you can't keep a job because that's just not for me, but you quit that job before you had another job, so you missed something in that lesson. Like, yeah. Well, how do you address the parent? How does that work? Because that's like life skills, right?
Exactly. It is life skills. Remember, we as parents are to be teaching our children life skills. We are preparing them to be adults. We're not preparing them to be children. They already know how to be that. We're preparing them to actually be adults. So for some parents, because of guilt and shame, they don't want help. They don't know how to receive it because they don't want others looking down on them. Sometimes people feel like only the underserved need parent coaching. Well, let me tell you, all parents at some point need a coach. The millionaires' parents, they need coaching.
They got nannies. Them parents don't be parenting.
Let me tell you what, the nannies need coaching, because many times you have nannies that still don't know how to work with the children to teach the children how to be good people either. We have so many daycares and Head Starts, although their staff needs to know how to work better with children and with parents. And so that's our focus, that if you are working with a child, you need to have the strategies, the tools to be able to provide a structured environment, to be able to understand proper discipline, and to know how to communicate with that child. Why do you think we have so many social emotional issues? Because so many parents are not talking. They don't have a conversation. They grunt and they bark at their children, but they don't honestly have a heart-to-heart talk with their children. So those are three of the main areas that we work on with Parenting 911 University.
It sounds like everybody needs to know your phone number.
Absolutely. It is 334-319-1723 or 334-219-7698.
Somehow I expected for you to say 911.
Let me tell you, go to the website, and that is www.parenting911.org.
Now the program that you take them through, how long does it take? What's the duration of that? What kind of commitment are you looking for from them?
I'm looking for at least 6 months if it's a one-on-one parent. 6 months, because we have to have consistency to have accountability. You can't meet one time and expect for there to be accountability. No, it doesn't work that way. If I'm working with a school or school district, so all school administrators, we have a 1-year packet and then a 6-month packet. For that 1-year packet, the Parenting 911 coach will work with the parents and the educators, professional development, or maybe you just need your educators trained, and we can do 6 months with just that part.
Oh, that's awesome. It is always amazing talking to you, Ms. Frizzell Malin.
Thank you. It's been wonderful. I had no idea which way, your questions would go. So I'm grateful, though.
Yes, ma'am. I am Black Business, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo is a mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar amount counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2024. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, 5-Star BDM Media, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, Step Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Geniuses Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Miracle Recruiting, Creative Concepts Production and Design, and Black Business Expo USA. My name is RJ Stevenson. I've been your evening host here on the Black Business Network. I am Black Business, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090